Hey, thanks for the follow, HXD. Really appreciate it. I appreciate the follow, Goofy Warrior guy. Thank you. I just realized that dinged. Level 30. How we doing, chat? How's everybody doing tonight? Don't you know it? I wish I had something to talk about besides, wow, that was a good heal. That also was a good heal. They were exactly the same heal. I don't mind how safe unrest is, though. Especially down in the basement. Trains can only come from one direction. And in wolf form, nothing hits you. Nothing's KOS. Unless I'm engaged. Of course, now things get interesting. Got like 5 mobs in camp. It's still better than harmoing Siren for several hours straight though, right, Goofy? That's the best kind of gameplay. Hags are such a resource drain down here. If it was all skeletons and mushrooms, this place would be the easiest camp. Best mana efficiency. Nice and steady EXP though. I don't have the UI element that lets me see per hour, but I came in here at like 1 a.m. last night. I am 12% into 30. So it's going pretty fast. I came in here last night at like 1 a.m. at 27, fresh into 27, and now I'm 30. I only played for like 4 hours last night, and like 2 hours today. I know it teeters off here. If I go further into the basement, if I get the deepest basement group, it teeters off around 32, but I'm going to stay until 34. I don't really want to go to Mistmore. Unless it's just that god-awful. But I think originally with my Necro, like 7 months ago, I stayed in here until I was 35 or 36. So it can be done. It's just so much safer here. I don't want to go to Mistmore. I love that zone and the atmosphere. But it's too dangerous. There's trains running everywhere. Then you have the Dark Huntress. Kedge? Is Kedge at what level? 32? Because this is good. Unrest is good until 32 in any basement group. I might. I might if I can't find a group here. I'll be zipping around though if I can't find a group, because I just want to hit 34 on this tune. And then I can help Guildy's port and Friends port. If I still like it at 34, I'll probably continue leveling it. Plus people like watching leveling tunes on stream. Raids, not so much. I think they're just bored of raids. But people like watching me mindlessly watch undead get killed here. I can't explain it. I don't think there's any type of riveting gameplay to record for anybody. I'll consider Kedge though. I'll just put it down as the third spot. If Unrest is empty and Mistmore is empty, then I'll see if I can get people together for Kedge. I won't go there looking for a group. You gotta pretty much build one if you want to go there. But the other two are very easy, quick and easy to hit. Is it possible to get into, like, fish charming shenanigans in there? Can I charm a fish and frenzy it and then send it after other fish? If I wanted to, like, try to effectively solo. Not that I would, because Kedge scares me. That's what I figured it'd be tough. That makes sense. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. I've just never been a fan of Kedge because of the fact that you pretty much have to play in third person or first person in there. I've never been a fan of that camera. Zeal makes it a ton easier, but still doesn't mean I like it. That's a good reason to like it. I mean, that's probably its greatest benefit. That and, you know, there's really good loot in there too, but nobody likes going there. I'd love to feel confident enough to go sit at the shark and try to get 100% weight reduction. Chest or whatever it is. The waterlogged trunk. I'd love to get my hands on one of those, but I know that it's a long camp. Turned it off. How? Did you just delete the file? Or did you modify it to be like 1% of its normal sound? As soon as somebody told me that you could delete the sound for the fairies in Sky, that's the first thing I did. The wisps are annoying, but they're not nearly as bad. Those fairies, though, man. I also deleted this song on the character select screen because for whatever reason, it was like 20 times more loud than anything in game. So I deleted it and it replicated the MIDI file. So that plays instead of that classic MIDI file, and I like that so much better. I like some of the music, but it doesn't play often. You have to like get in proximity to some stuff before it plays or open up a vendor. It's kind of annoying. I haven't really found a solution for copyright-free music for the stream. Like, there's tons of it out there, but the options for using it, like, normally ask you if you're listening every couple of minutes, which is annoying. Or they play ads, and that is not, that's not okay. I don't want to subscribe to anything for this stream that makes me no money. But I wouldn't mind some music. I tried YouTube, and yeah, it just keeps asking you if you're listening. Way too often. I know Humble Bundle, they were selling some music a week ago. I think it's still available. It's like 10 different albums, and it's all copyright free. Like lo-fi, adventure music and stuff, and I was like, I should really grab that. Only reason why I would consider getting it is because I would listen to it off stream. Wow, look at that nuke on me. Greater heal is so great. Pun intended. The fact that I got that at 29 and my ranger is still using a 100 heal. The difference is staggering. I have no idea where that Darkmoon came from. Unless she pulled the door, the two door mobs, and I didn't notice. I can't cast a single heal without ripping full aggro. Hard Knocks, thank you for the follow, man. I really appreciate it. Probably wouldn't be so bad if this pally had like a Ghoulbane. Because then that proc would be keeping crazy aggro. I think they just have a Lammy. Just auto attack him with no proc. It's not gonna hold much threat. It's not gonna hold much water. But at this level, threat is an afterthought for most tanks. I tanked like every level I was in here with my ranger. But rangers have it easy. They just flame lick. Pretty sure me and the other druid just double healed. Just lost our little tanky poo. And we're gonna rep with a Necro. I love it. I've been in a pet group all day. I'm gonna go walk my dog. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I am back. Teddy Roosevelt. I thought you said Roosevelt. I was like, dude, I'm a wolf. What's going on, Keys? Today I'm just being a derp wolf. Playing on this little druid. I hear that. The weekend really flew by. Here it is Sunday night. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. But I'm gonna. So I bit on that Humble bundle of copyright-free music. And I was sampling it earlier, and yeah, it's worth 20 bucks. Yeah, you still got like 15 days. I was listening to the first album. It's like synth. They're like 200 megabytes per album. There's like 10 albums. It's a couple gigs of music. It's not bad. I just need to pop them into a file or a folder so I can just loop them or randomize them. The only ones I might use are like the horror lo-fi. But if it sounds good, I'll use that too. I'm tired of all the free options. Hey Moot Crescent, how you doing tonight? Or today, depending on your time zone. Good to hear. I'm just Quarming on my little level 30 Druid. I picked this character up last night at fresh 27. .37 Ranger, huh? Boy, do I hate Guck, though. I don't remember the level range of the Gators in Kazakhstan, but you could always fear kite those guys. Because they don't social. So you just camo yourself down into the sewers. And you can do those for quite a bit. And I would say around 40, 43, you can do the Dark Elf guards, the inner guards. Not the ones on the outside because they're like invincible. But you just camo through into the first zone of Nereak. I think it's Nereak Commons, maybe? And you can invis past those first two guards even inside, and then you can pull singles all day long. You just gotta root them and then back up and heal. I soloed from, I think, 43 to 50 there. Just on Dark Elf guards. And you get about 6 or 7 plat per guard. Because each one drops a fine steel staff, a shield, and like 1 to 2 raw platinum. And then you can sneak and sell all that crap back to them in the same zone. So you can do it indefinitely. It just sucks when a bard comes through and decides that they own everything. Oh man, I would use a Norse pack. Norse music is pretty awesome. It was mostly instrumental, right? Maybe some chanting. If I could survive thousands of hours of Skyrim with no lyrical music, I'm good. It must mean I like it. We got ourselves a pet spectacular tonight. The extravaganza. 2 necros and a mage, no real tank. Watching this guy get walloped. Ooh, that was clutch. And now I'm gonna get creamed because of it. I'll save you. I'm gonna get interrupted, yeah. Time to just get my face punched in. Hands Boober. Christmas is always right around the corner. You holiday movie, you. Yeah, I ended up adding a couple of pieces of flair to my little Twitch thing. I changed my little icon to EQ related and my background EQ related. Got rid of that classic Kirby. Since I'm not really, doing Nintendo stream. The only thing I didn't change was my actual name on here. You can change it quite often. But I don't want to confuse anybody. Plus, I've always gone by this one. I like it. I don't want to associate it with one of my EQ characters, and then I don't stream that character and it doesn't make any sense. Those pets are about to get zarked. Afraid to heal. So as soon as I do, she's gonna be on me. I'm a wolf. I'm a druid, so they get wolf form. It's not because it looks cool. It actually looks super, like, derpy. But it changes my faction when I'm a wolf. So everything in here is undead, and it wants to kill you on sight. But for some reason, the wolf, they just look at it dubiously. So unless I'm engaging in combat with them, like with my party, I can walk through here freely. I'm just a wood elf, normally. I actually got the HD texture pack, so the models just look a little bit crisper. You could really tell on my ranger because the chinked mail, when I'm a dark elf, with my dark elf illusion, it's so much more pronounced. It has like all this nice fine black lines. At a glance, it doesn't look like anything, but I don't know. You have to look at these tunes so damn often. ended up doing a couple of different things the other night. I got these enhanced sound files so that the environmental sounds are like 25% volume instead of their normal volume. Because there's just some zones, like there's a howling noise when a windstorm starts, and it's so incredibly loud and annoying and everybody hates it. And then there's zones where you can get like thunder crashes, and the thunder crashes are just insanely high on volume, and nobody knows why. So people modified the sound files to keep the music the same, to keep the sound effects the same, but those really annoying sound effects, they just nerf them into the ground. Back to doggo. Safe dog. Say for whatever reason, if I go like AFK and my party dies, as long as they don't cast a spell on me and I'm just sitting here as this stupid wolf, the mobs won't attack me. It's one decent benefit to the wolf, but it also makes you run faster and hit melee harder. Like my ranger has this spell to turn into a wolf. I don't do it because I hate the way it looks. And it's hard to track melee hits because you're biting instead of, like, you know, swinging sword. But it is worth like 20 attack power or something like that. 30 attack power maybe. Like the people in my raids, they'll stay in wolf form all night, like the rogues, because that little attack power goes a long way. But not me. It doesn't really affect your vision, so that's why I prefer the dark elf illusion, because you get ultra vision and then I can see like super nice purple hues and everything. Oh, I love Ranger more than anything. It's just funny, though, because that's not normally how people would play those classes. You wouldn't play Ranger before Druid. You'd most likely play Druid before Ranger, because everything that a Ranger gets, a Druid gets it like 30 levels before. So, like, at level 50, the spells that I got at 49, because that was my last spell level, are equivalent to level 24 Druid spells. And I'm 30 on this guy now, so now I have better spells than my max level character does. By a long shot. It's equal parts sad and equal parts cool. Like, obviously, a Druid's not going to be meleeing anything. They're caster. They're healers and they're buffers. But the reason why I leveled this character is because he gets ports, like group ports, so I can port people around the world. And the game is so old that travel is like, you know, it's a big part of the game. So if you don't have a Druid or a Wizard to port you around the world, you're literally taking 45 minutes to take a boat, walk on foot, even with movement speed effects. You're still taking 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Sometimes an hour, it depends. Depends on where you want to go. Like if you want to go from one point of the globe to the other, you're going to have to wait for a boat, and that boat takes, 15, 20 minutes to show up. It's a 15-minute ride. So Druids at level 34, which is probably where I'll lose interest in leveling this character, that's when they have all their ports. In my guild, we try to get everybody to the raids before the raid times start. And that's one of the things that I wanted to do, was have this character ready to port my guildies and port my friends. This way they don't have to pay for ports. Get them all there. I already have my tune there, parked and ready to go. And I'm just porting on this tune, and then when it's time to switch over and start the raid, I can get onto my main, get onto the ranger and do its thing. But I can also make a little bit of platinum just sitting in a common area, like the Eastern Commons tunnels where like 99% of the players gathered so that they can trade stuff. If I go there and just advertise ports and say, donations not required but helpful, some people will pay you for porting them around the world because it saves them a ton of time. It's courtesy too, like most people will tip, even if it's like 1 platinum. There are like certain rules that are set about porting, but you don't have to follow them. Like there was another server that was really popular before this one came around. It's called P99. It still exists. And the way that it works is that there's a guild that's nothing but druids and wizards called Dial-a-Port. And what you would do is search for that guild, see who's active and online in that guild, and then you just send them a tell or a whisper or whatever you want to call it. You send them a message and say, hey, can you pick me up here and take me here? And they'd say sure. And then it was an unwritten rule that you would tip them 1 platinum per character level. So if you're level 50, you give them 50 platinum to take you wherever you want to go. You don't have to follow that rule, but it's just like a rule of thumb. It helps them out a lot. And there's a whole guild dedicated to doing that. The guild exists on this server, but it's nothing as popular as it was on the other server. But I always tip. I always try to tip as much as I can. If I'm on my ranger, I'll always tip 50. But that's a lot here on this server. Yeah, you had to ride those like silt striders, and it's very time consuming. There is no game out there that has a slower transport system than Final Fantasy XI. I got to a certain point in that game, I think it was level 15 or level 20, it's before you got your Chocobo license. Now, how that game exists, they've copied so much from 14 and retrofit it for 11. You actually have permanent mounts that you can summon from your inventory now. But back in the day, you'd get a license to rent a Chocobo from a Chocobo porter, and then if you got off that thing, you were stranded wherever the hell you got off that bird. But even before the Chocobos were a big thing, there were airships, and you'd wait 30 minutes for an airship, get into the airship, that airship would take like 20, 30 minutes to go somewhere, and then you'd have to get off of it. There's like a boarding process to get off and on, and the load screens took forever. It was like an hour to do anything with an airship in 11. And you can get into random battles, like random mobs can attack you while you were on the airship, like really high level like air mobs, so you had to stay inside the cabin, you couldn't even enjoy the ride on the outside. It was such a nightmare the first time I did that. I was like, who designed this? I'm like, oh, that's right, a bunch of sadists. A bunch of Japanese dudes who were hopped up on cigarettes and energy drinks who loved EverQuest too much. That's who designed 11. Truth be told, that's exactly what it was. They were like, how can we make EverQuest harder and more Japanesey? And that's exactly what they made Final Fantasy XI. They were addicted to this game when they were developing that game. You can read the developer interviews. 11 was really cool though. Like I have so much respect for EQ and 11 for some of the things they did. And most of it is just like having item permanency. Items that are useful the moment you find them that will remain useful for the entirety that you play that game. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, it doesn't matter because it's got like a clicky use effect on it. And then once you're done with it on like one tune, you can trade it to your other tunes. There's a lot of stuff like that in EQ that in 11 that exists that way. So when I played 14, because I beta tested A Realm Reborn. I didn't try it when it was in its horrible state, like the first version of 14. The one that got shut down, and like nobody wanted to pay them any money. So I started in the beta, and I beta tested it into live. Me and my wife did live. And we were so stoked for those Chocobos. And for them to like join your party and stuff, and then the system wasn't very fleshed out. They sucked really badly. And leveling them took freaking forever. I don't know why the whole party moved just to move 2 mobs, and now we're back to where we were. Oh, Thaddeus. I'm gonna get all your hate, buddy. Oh yeah, you hear that wolf screaming? It's because I'm getting punched in the cranium. Go pets, do your thing. Alright, that's one down. I didn't mind the flame seals too much because I was doing it for glamour. I feel like that's less time. The seals, the first time you need the seals, yeah, it's time consuming. But after a point, those things are pretty easy to farm. I was addicted to glamour, and I hate the glamour system. Like, if you compare it to WoW, and WoW's whatever you want to call it, transmog system. Transmog system, hands down, 1,000 times better. You don't need glamour crystals or save sets. They made it so overly complicated to do glamour in that game. And I know that it's probably because you could be like every class and everything, but man, that needs an overhaul. I was really amped for Shadowbringers. Or was it Shadowbringers? Or Endwalker. It was Endwalker. I got it on release. I leveled up 2 jobs to max. I did all the story content. But I'm telling you, I have no interest in Dawn Trail whatsoever. Not even like as a standard like story mode. The new classes that they're bringing out don't interest me at all. Especially because they made Beastmaster one of those like solo-only dungeon classes. That's stupid. Beastmaster in 11 was like the top solo class, the best solo class in the game. But it wasn't like a solo only. You would still want one in a party. You can still interact with the world. But the way that 14 does their solo classes, like Blue Mage, and now they're going to do that with that one, ugh, horrible. Stormbringer was good. Stormbringer, I love the Asian inspiration. All the dojos, the samurai, the ninja, that shit was really cool. Then it was Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers is like by far my favorite story overall. And Endwalker had an okay story, but Shadowbringers felt real. Like it felt like the world was dying and you needed to save it. And then you get to Endwalker and it's like, oh no, there's a thing on the moon. It's gonna blow up. The moon is full of rabbits and they're gonna blow it up. I'm like, I'm done. I don't understand that. I don't like it. So you had Heavensward, which was all about dragons and the dragoons, which was okay because Istinian was a really cool character to learn about, and he travels throughout with you, and he's got that character arc where he's kind of a bastard at first, then he becomes cool because he's like all dragons gotta die, and then towards the end he's like some dragons are cool. So that was fun. Plus you did like the whole, it was like very Game of Thronesy because you join a house, and that house you fight for them and certain people die, and you're like, no, I was so invested. And then you had Stormbringer, right after Heavensward, and then you had Shadowbringers, and then now you have Endwalker, and then Dawn Trail is next, or Dawn Trial, or whatever. Not 100% sold. I think there's some extra combat classes too. I don't, or jobs, whatever you want to call them, coming out. I lost interest. One thing that bothers me about 14, and they're never going to fix it because they like it this way. But you know how like in WoW, you have one class, it has 3 different specializations, and that can radically change how that class plays? I always thought that 14 should do the same exact thing. If you play a warrior in 14, you are the same type of warrior as every other warrior in the entire game. Because you play warrior. But if you play one in WoW, you can have 3 different, very, very, very different archetypes to play. You could be the warrior that wields 2 two-handers, like a great titan. You can have one that uses 1 two-hander to precision. You can have one that's a sword and shield protection warrior. And it goes even further because at one point there were like sub-specs that you can do. There was a protection warrior spec where you were sword and board, but you were actually a DPS spec. And you would just be shield slamming everything. You weren't doing threat, but you were just smashing everything with a shield. And that was so popular that they're bringing it back in one of the other forms of those servers, the Seasons of Discovery server. They're bringing it back so that people who missed it can play it. Like having a demonology warlock as a tank. It was stuff like that. You can't do that in 14. You are exactly what you are. If you're playing a samurai, you're playing exactly the way that every other samurai in the world plays, and I hate that. There needs to be a little variance. I don't know. I think it's at this point, it's kind of jumped the shark. WoW is still producing content, but the content that's making them the most money is old rehash stuff. Classic servers, new classic servers where they're adding a little bit of new content, but it's still classic. Or now they're doing these seasons of like remix, where they're taking one popular expansion and accelerating everything so that you can just experience that one more time in one go, but everything's accelerated, so you like hit cap very, very quickly. you get geared very, very quickly, and then the season ends and you do it again on a different expansion. That's where Blizzard's making 95% of their WoW money. Is because people are buying WoW tokens so that they can buy gold in those old realms and stuff. The fact that it's still getting new expansions, it's about to get a new one. And it's supposed to be a 3-part expansion, which is the first time they're doing anything remotely like that. It's going to be 3 expansions total, but it's going to be 3 different parts, all tied to one. And I just don't think there's many retail WoW players still going. Now, people like Anthony, there's a lot of people who will pay their monthly sub so they can access the old content, like the classic servers. And because they do that, they'll dabble with the retail stuff. But, you know, if Blizzard were to say there's a sub for every type of game, nobody would sub to the current game. Everybody would sub to the classic crap. And they could easily do that, but there would be no reason for them to develop new expansions, because they would lose all their player base on live. The fact that they all rolled it into one subscription, they can say that everybody who plays on Classic is technically playing the retail expansions because it's all one sub. So they're just being tricky with their words. Like 10 million active players playing our new expansion. No, they're not. They're playing Classic. They love Classic because that's when it was good. That's the last time it was good. Take it from some guy who played for 17 years. Classic, TBC, it peaked at Lich King. Anything beyond that was dog shit, and I played all of it for years, never taking breaks. I did it because of my friends, you know? The social aspect of playing those MMOs is exactly why I play them. Cataclysm ruined so much shit for me. Just thematically. The quests were fun, the raids were fun. Cataclysm, on paper, was fun. But they did not have to destroy the old world to do that. Now, 19 years later, they're rewriting code to bring some of that crap back that Cataclysm destroyed. It should have never been that way. They should have been able to make 2 different instances of it, where you had Cataclysm doing its own thing, but you could talk to an NPC and turn the zone back to the way it was. Because that's the code, that's the type of development they did for that. That's how it exists now. But it's not for everything. There's still crap that Cata broke or took away that you can't access anymore. And I know how mad that makes people. That was one of the things for me. You did, like, when we got Cataclysm, we didn't really think about what we'd be losing. So it was fine and dandy until we realized, hey, we can't do any of that old content crap that we liked. It's all gone. And I don't miss WoW. I miss my friends the most. But I'm having a really good time on Quarm this past 7 months. I'm meeting a lot of cool people. There's a lot of cool people in my guild. I probably don't talk to them as much as I should. I should just get in voice with them sometimes, even if I'm not playing, just to hang out. Get that adult interaction that I need so much as a busy parent. I feel like I haven't hung out with real people in, since my first was born 8 years ago. So online hanging out with other adults is like, that's my outlet. It doesn't really matter the game, but I have been enjoying the hell out of EQ. And I don't think I would enjoy it if it was like real EQ, like from Dark Paw Games or whoever owns it now. Because then you'd have people buying like their version of the WoW token and ruining the economy and being just general shitters. This version of it, it's still hard enough. It's not so hard that a busy dad doesn't want to rage quit. I still get a good challenge out of this stuff, and it keeps me busy. Now I just gotta convince the wife. This is the summer. She's convinced because kiddo stopped school this week. She's got 2 days of school and then it's summer. I was like, you gotta set that laptop up somewhere. We got an IP exception so that we can run 2 instances of this game from this household so that she could play. We did that months ago. Now we have it. Like, we have the opportunity. Yeah, right? Like, I can get 99.9% of my interaction fuel tank filled online. Voice comms help so much. When I talk to my guild mates on Discord and we just shoot the shit, it's like it fills my meter up. I'm good for the week after joking around with the guys for, a couple hours. We do a lot of stuff with the wife's family. And my brother-in-law, he's a very crazy guy. So like that's that 0.1% of actual human interaction I need, cuz he drags us around even when we don't want to do stuff. He just bought a Harley and he's like he was looking for me. He's like, "Where is he?" He's getting on that bike and I was like, "There's no way I'm riding bitch on that bike with you." So he stuck my wife on it. And they rode around town and she thought it was the funnest thing ever. And then like a couple weeks ago, he was he was super sick with like a sinus infection and he had a broken foot and he's like, "We're going shooting." So we just grabbed a bunch of duffel bags of guns and ammo and we went out to the range and blew some shit up. I didn't expect that. I was going over there to eat a meal, not like shoot at targets for a couple hours, but it was a lot of fun. Yeah. He was just laughing because he's like, "I know you're not interested at all." He's like, "But there's something in your DNA as a man when you shoot these things. You're gonna be like, hell yeah." And he was absolutely right. Like when I shot the hunting rifle, that thing had such a. Actually, no, there was a single barrel, or no, there was a double barrel shotgun, like a big hefty one. That was like the biggest caliber thing I shot that day. But there was a hunting rifle too. That thing almost flung me off the hood of the car. And when I shot that fucking double barrel, I really had to brace myself with that thing. It was so cool and so fucking loud. He just looked at me. He was laughing. Like, he just started laughing immediately. He knew exactly. Because he was right. It was one of those, like, hell yeah moments. I was like, "Oh, the guns are cool. But I'm a nerd, I like video games and stuff." He's like, "No, no, no. Just come. I bought a lot of ammo. Let's go shoot it." And I shot everything from small caliber handguns to hunting rifles and double barrel shotguns. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, what else could you say, dude? It was just fun. It was exhilarating. Which is, I feel stupid because last year he's like, "Hey man, I got some thermite. We're gonna go blow it up, and you're coming with me." And I never got around to going to do it with him. And I think he ended up just melting an old hot water heater or something with it. Like he shot it, and it sounds really unsafe, but he brings safety equipment with him, and he knows what he's doing. You wouldn't think, crazy redneck is all about safety, but he really is. I should have took him up on the thermite. I realize now that was a poor choice. I really should have took it. I told my friend who I played WoW with, and he's local to me now, but he's very introverted. I would say he's probably like agoraphobic. But he's like, "He had thermite and you didn't go? You're so stupid." He's like, "That sounds like such a fun time. It's basically TNT you get to mess around with." I think that's how you spell it. Thermite. I know this is really riveting gameplay. Me hitting my heel every couple minutes. It'd be much worse if I was trying to solo. I'd use my entire mana bar to get one kill. Oh man, I would love to see a Metro go 20 feet in the air. That sounds amazing. Those things are so powerful, those airbags. Anytime I watch one of those prank videos where they launch a dude like under his seat, I'm like, how did that guy not die? How are these people not in jail for doing that to somebody? There's a lot of videos of people like putting them under chairs and then detonating them when the person's like least expecting it. I watched one recently where a dude like flew across a shop. Yeah, that would be perfect. That guy, that machine, that robot, he got a hold of me a couple days ago. He sent me like this long book, and I had left him on red for like, I think like 2 months at that point. It was such a nice break. I was like, oh boy, I'm not going to look at that. And then I accidentally opened it, and it's like, oh, I looked at that. Now he knows that I read it. I was too nice. I read through it, and I was like, oh, what do you want? So I responded. It was the worst thing I could have did. He sent me like 85 messages. And I'm just like, yeah, whoa, that's crazy. She said that. I had to put him on wife mode. Becky with the bad hair? Shit, that's crazy. Damn. Yeah, yeah, he is. He's like, he told me, he's like, I thought you hated me and or were pissed at me. And I'm like, no, no. I'm very, very annoyed. I mean, I'm not pissed. I'm just like, give me a break is all. I just told him that my work stuff was getting too complicated and stressing me out. And I didn't want to talk to anybody I didn't have to talk to. And it's funny I say that to him the day that one of my horrible bosses decides that she's going to start to retire. It could get much, much worse, but I'm optimistic. One wicked witch down, just need to get rid of the other one. Thanks, man. I hope it improves too. I'm gonna do it regardless until I can't. Because, taking care of family is important. But I wish I didn't hate it so much. Because the job is not hard. It's the people. A monkey with a typewriter can do my job if you give him enough time. Could probably do it better than me. But coworkers make it hard. They complicate everything. And I'm 950 miles away from my nearest coworker. That's not true. There's some in Pennsylvania, so. But most of them, 90% of my coworkers are very, very far away. The thing about my position, at least what I do, it's weird because in this company that I work for, they seem to have made a collection of women that would have just been stay-at-home moms, but they ended up getting degrees and wanting to work while their husband is the real breadwinner. So to them, the job doesn't really mean that much. They can quit at a pin's drop, at a moment's notice, and they don't give a shit. But they're very passionate about it. And they're all the same, and they all have really crazy attitudes towards each other, and I'm just trying to be some dude who lives very far away and doesn't get involved. But the estrogen levels are catastrophic. And I want nothing to do with it. Everything has got to be so political and cliquey. I just hate it so much. Essentially, I mean, there's a couple dudes on my team, but we're all very silent because we've been browbeaten for like no reason. I don't have an opinion about anything. Whatever works best for the team. I don't care if that means that I'm the one who has to suffer to make that happen. It wasn't always like that. I wasn't always walking on eggshells when it came to my coworkers. We all used to have a very good working relationship. But back in the day when I first started, like a decade ago, everybody was teaching everybody what they knew. And there was like a wealth of knowledge between everybody. You had to rely on people, but at the same time you didn't. And now we've been pushed into these work silos where I don't know anything else that anybody else knows. I only know my stuff. And I don't have time to teach my stuff to other people. And nobody has time to teach their stuff to other people. So it gets very annoying very quickly. You almost become secretive with what you know. Like, I don't want to teach this to somebody. They may fire me if I teach this to somebody else. I want to have some kind of work value. It wasn't always like that. The politicking, though, that shit drives me right up the wall. I got like my general manager of the department telling me lies about the CEO. Like, oh, the CEO wants this, this, and that. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even know what that is. You want that. So you lie and you say that the CEO is a bad man and he's forcing us to do this, but you're doing it so that you have the most shit on your nose at the end of the day. So when the CEO says, who did this? You're like, I did this. I forced my workers to do all this stuff just to get your notice. And then he's like, I still don't care. And like, this is like indoctrinated into new employees. That CEO bad, general manager good. And you just have to let them know at some point, like after their probationary period ends. I'm like, that the CEO doesn't give a crap about who you are. Doesn't even know you work here. He doesn't hate you. You're just another cog. and he probably would be a lot easier on you than the GM currently is, or the department head. And the other departments, they don't work the way that ours does. There's a lot of fear mongering. Like, if you don't sign on this weekend, you could lose your job. And then I'll go and talk to the dudes in development. I'm like, you guys working this weekend? They're like, no. No, we don't work weekends, dude. We are normal human beings. We are not slaves at this company. I'm like, then why the hell am I working this weekend? Like, I don't know. How can you work if there's no developers working? And that's the question we ask, our leads. Like, why are we here if nobody else is here? We can't even do our job if nobody else is here. And they're like, oh, we'll find a way. 10 years of that shit. Now they're just like, hey, everybody's got to work this week. And I'm like, oh, yeah? See you guys there. And I don't even wake up. Oh, Dennis, we missed you this weekend. Oh, did you? Damn. That's crazy. That's wild. She said that? Yeah. I feel like that entire company needs a dispensary put inside the building. Even though I don't think Florida would allow it. I don't think it's fully legal there yet. It should be. It would stress those fucking work from home moms out. Or it would de-stress them. It's where they're not, losing their mind when you miss a Teams meeting. There's so much infighting between the women. And this is just an observation. I don't mean it in a negative or positive way. But we work with a lot of foreign employees that are from other countries, predominantly India. And unfortunately, in India, they have a caste system that follows them everywhere they go. So if you're from a poor family in India, and you interact with somebody who's from a rich family in India, even if you're here in the States, that caste system is still very much in effect. And that rich person family dude, even if they're your underling, they're going to treat you like shit. And you kind of have to take it because your family's still in India and that can have bad repercussions. So that stuff happens all the time here. And especially in this company. You'll have an Indian person who's way up there on the food chain in the company. And then someone who's just a brand new start and they don't like that person because that person's from the lower caste. And their position in the company may be dog shit. They may be an intern. But they can still treat that higher up like total dog shit. And they kind of just all silently take it. And, us normal, us local people, like just American born people, we have no idea what's going on because it's all done in the shadows. I had that like light shined on me a couple years back and I was like, that is insane. How can you let the caste system even work here? And they're like, oh, because it affects our families back home. If I'm mean to somebody who's above me in the caste system, they can treat my family back home in India like absolute shit. They can like put them into poverty and stuff. So on top of all of these women working together of different ethnicities and age groups, you have all that shadow system bullshit underneath it all. And then I'm just like this average white dude who doesn't want any trouble from anything, and you get thrown into the mix. Yeah, I've heard stories directly from some of the women. Because if you sit down and you talk with them, they'll tell you everything, even if you don't ask for it. I've had to listen to some of them turn down incredibly good job offers, like promotions, just to let somebody else who sucks take it. Had to take my headset off for a couple minutes, but I'm back now. This warlock tamed his own pet in here. Instead of summoning, they can just pet one of the actual living undead that are in here. They hit much harder, but they can break, and when they break when the spell breaks, they can like go and they would just want to kill the necromancer so bad. It's like a risk versus reward thing. It's pretty cool, and they're very strong. I don't know. I gave myself a few pieces of flair. I changed my icon and I changed my background to EQ related stuff. The icon is Fippy Darkpaw. It says never give up, which is ironic considering he commits suicide every 3 or 4 minutes. It's true. You know something I never noticed back in the day that I noticed for the first time on Quarm is that occasionally Fippy doesn't spawn, and a much higher level Knoll spawns in his place. And as I was out there, I think it was on my monk, because I had a monk at one point. I deleted it because I didn't get it very far with it. I just wanted it off my character select screen. I got to like level 5 or so in that newbie yard. It was red the entire time. I don't know what level that Knoll is there, but it makes me want to check the zone to see what level he was. Hey, Tom Bomb, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it. How you doing, bud? You didn't come here just so you can watch me play your class really badly, did you? Ah, I just screwed up big time. The mushroom does not like me. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. A lot of savage love today. It's gonna bother me until I find out what that Knoll was all about now that it's fresh in my mind. Yep, I couldn't resist. I was looking it up while I was medding on my druid. Garrick's Dark Paws. So they're all just Dark Paws. But Garrick's was the one I saw, and he's about level 10. That would explain why he was red while I was 5. And he spawns like next to level 2s and 3s and 4s. And he's definitely KOS. It's just a little Dark Paw revenge, I guess. And I never knew that. I spent a lot of time in Quenos back in the day. And that's all original, apparently. I guess it's just scripted to drop a high-level Dark Paw in there just to screw with people. Oh boy. I made that hag mad. She's casting on me, isn't she? She's gonna. Here it comes. Unless they mezzed her. I think they did. Oh. Don't die, Omega Storm. Don't die, Thaddeus. Don't die, everybody. Yep, she's gonna cast on me. They're saying that they're rooting her, but if they were rooting her... I don't think I've ever seen Tranix, but maybe. It depends on where his spawn points are. I can look at the database in a minute. Uh-oh. The juice is loose. This hag is gonna murder ball me. Okay. They really pulled off more than they could chew. This is so dicey. Hag and a mushroom. That's like the worst pull you can make in here. At least for Quarm, Tranix only spawns in Blackburrow. I don't know if they change him to be a Queeno spawn later in a different era, but currently he will not spawn in Queenos. He only spawns in Blackburrow. And unfortunately, he doesn't drop anything of note. He just drops normal mob loot. my empire for clarity right now. We wouldn't be having those dicey pulls if each of these druids, myself included, had clarity. Here I go getting stabbed in the face again by a hag. I'll take a stab over a spell though. It's weird how similar that name is to that Tranix. But then in Soul B or Lord Nagafin's Lair, there's a boss called King Tranax. And he's one of the fire giants. We kill him weekly even though he's only got like an 18-hour spawn timer. He drops a really good item called King Tranax's Crown. It's awesome for enchanters and bards. Ooh, a paladin, and it looks like this one's got a ghoul bane. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, we just got this monk and now he's gotta go? That's cool with me. I'd rather have a paladin over the monk any day. Especially here, if that's a ghoul bane. I'm assuming it is. We'll find out real quick. Oh, this guy can only stay for 15 minutes. Jeez. What even hit me? Oh, okay, it was the hag. I knew as soon as I launched that heal. He's fighting a skeleton and a hag. I knew I was going to catch shit for it. When I dinged into 30, EXP was going really good. But we've shifted so many members now that I don't know the level ranges of everybody. I'm still getting experience for every kill. But it's slowed down a bit. I'm 68% right now. But I'm determined to stay here until 34. Not in one go, God. That would probably be like sometime tomorrow, if I never went to sleep. I just gotta be quiet and stay silent. And this hag won't ruin me. Wolf kind of looks like it ate a really hot pizza roll. And he's just doing that dragon's breath thing over and over and over again. Maybe that's why his eyes are going cross-eyed. He looks a little dull. Paladins are pretty cool. They shine so well in undead zones. It's whatever goal you set for yourself. If you like doing 3-hour streams, then do 3-hour streams. I was ready to quit today's stream after an hour, but I kept going. I don't know if, 4 hours is pretty freaking long at this point. It doesn't feel like that, but yeah, it's been that long. But people kept me busy. I don't think anybody expects you to sit there the entire time without taking breaks. I know some people are fickle and they may want to leave, but they might end up coming back. Don't die, buddy. Damn, you casters are squishy. You could do like 60% of that guy's life in one heal. between my copper and my silver, I just got like 17 pounds back, or 17 stones. Also, I made my sound effects way too low. That's much better. I even crank it up to 15. I don't have any music playing, but I just got a bunch of like royalty-free music. I just can't set it up while I'm streaming. I'll have to do that for tomorrow's Sky Raid. There we go. It's not the same unless I hear those skeletons cackling. It looks like we're about to get Clarissa Explains It All. Gonna rep one of our Necros. That's the person I repped last night. I replaced them last night. And now they're repping one of our Necros. I think our only Necro? I don't know. One of our pet classes. Kind of makes me want to waste a ton of effort just to level a tune called like Alex Mack and stand next to them long enough to see if they notice. Or some other various 90s Nickelodeon TV show. Although now that I think about it, like, Clarissa Explains It All, Alex Mack. What else was there? Was there anything? Should I name a warrior Nickelodeon, then last name Guts? Or Astro Crag? This cleric has a mana stone. Wait a second, I'm level 30. I could have a mana stone. Well, a mana rock. I should really consider go getting my J-boot and my mana rock and my dark elf mask. So what time does the cat o'clock unlock? Is it like midnight your time tonight? Or sometime in the afternoon tomorrow? This whole group just fell apart. That's weird. It's a weird Wolverine factoid. In 20, like R 2019, or is it like? Did you mean to say like 2099 or whatever? Oh, weird. I mean, that's obviously not canon though, right? Or it's like the current Wolverine still rocking that crap. This group is looking pretty grim. And not just because Grim is in it. Well, they explained it well. Yeah, it feels like it was pigeonholed in by one guy. He like wrote this fan fiction. He's like, I'm gonna make this real. And then he did, but then no one cared to keep it going. We got a shaman on the way. Then we can probably get back to killing stuff. Still really need a tank though, or another pet class. This group was all pet classes when I started. The stream. It was like 2 mages and a necro, and a wizard. Oh shit. He pulled a hag. That's really bad. The second I lose a heal, we'll see. Well, then again, yeah, we have the cleric. I keep forgetting about the cleric. Oh, don't die, Clarissa. There we go, baby. Oh, what? I got slowed and knocked me out of my wolf form? Damn. Oh, there goes the necro. Looks like my game froze. Since I'm having technical difficulties, it's probably a good place to stop my stream tonight. I didn't expect to go for like 4.5 hours anyway. But for all of the new followers and the people that are lurking, and Micro of course, just want to thank you guys for stopping by. And I'll see you next time. I will be raiding tomorrow night, Plane of Sky. So if you tune